Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Today we are going to be doing more of the Bazaar. There is a new patch that just came out. Well, a new season, really. A new season just came out, and I played a little bit of it already. It came out yesterday, actually. I really can't help myself, and I really can't wait for these things, but it's been really interesting to see. We're going to explore some things together and just kind of catch you up with everything before we start playing for real. That being said, before we get into it, I hope y'all are having a good day. It is Thursday, and almost payday for everybody, right? Just tomorrow. Fridays are the days I think people look forward to the most, aside from the weekends probably. But yeah, hopefully you're having a good day, not too stressful. Hopefully you're able to keep up with everything that's going on. You're staying warm, you're staying hydrated, you're staying fed, resting when you can, just trying to keep both physical and mental health all in good standing. But yeah, without further ado, let's I know we tend to keep these things pretty short, but I am going to launch the Bazaar now, so let's go ahead and do that while we switch over. It still does that weird thing. I don't know why it does that. I feel like it's just trying to capture whatever active window that it can, because the Bazaar is weird in the way that you need to capture its actual window. So that's probably what it is. But anyway. Okay. Actually, do I want to keep myself positioned there, or do I want to do the usual? I guess I'll do the usual. I'll just kind of put myself up like that a little bit. That's probably all right. Okay. All right. So lots of interesting little changes. We're not going to go over all of them. But so the subscription this month, it's the usual double prize pass EXP, double rank mode chests. The card back is the botanist, which is pretty cool. Already have that. As far as the prize pass goes, it's 60 levels as per usual. Before the end of season 1, I had about 15k gems, and you can see that I'm down to like a little under half. I've been playing a little bit, but I actually spent some gems on cosmetics and an expansion pack already, which I'll go over. So all the breakpoints for the prize pass are every 15, and there's 60 levels, so 15, 30, 45, and 60. The first one to unlock is the Mac items or expansion. I haven't done that yet. It looks like you can just outright purchase them with 3k gems. The one I did unlock, though, was for Pig. His items are really interesting. I actually like those that I have used. Pig is a little broken right now, and it looks like a hotfix is incoming. They made an update to the way regen and heal works, and completely overlooked the interaction with some of his items, which basically gave him like sort of an infinite combo that's almost nigh on unbeatable, except for very specific situations. So according to the devs, they will be hot fixing that soon. Don't know when. 45 is the rug, which it usually is, and then the last one is usually a skin. I believe it's for Vanessa this time around, which actually looks pretty cool. You can't buy those outright, it looks like. You do have to earn them through the pass, so that's really nice. So if we go to the Bazaar, last season they did not have the weekly special up. I did already get this. That's where 5k of my gems went to. You can purchase it outright for 20 USD if you don't want to pay in the gems, or if you don't have enough for gems. And then the daily special is kind of the same. You can purchase with gems. There's USD. There's also been some changes to how these specials work. If you purchase an item, it takes it out of the pool, so you can't see repeats, at least not until if the only situation that applies to where you'll see it cycle through is if you purchased all of the cosmetics for the current season, and then it'll just rotate in. Because at that point they have nothing to give you really. But yeah, that's the only case in which that will work. If not, you won't see repeated purchases that you've already made, and you also will not see back-to-back of the same item, in which case if I were not to purchase this today, and I probably am not going to be honest, you wouldn't see it again tomorrow. There's a problem last season where, like, it wasn't just me, but like as far as anecdotal things, there was a diamond max skin that I just didn't care about. But for me, like, I had like one instance where like that skin would rotate back into the shop like 5 days in a row, effectively cutting me off from like the potential skin that I want. I almost missed the one that I wanted, which is the Vanessa skin that I currently have equipped now. I got the Vanessa skin about I want to say about a week before season 1 came to a close. So yeah, pretty good changes. They've also made some changes to ranked and how it works. While you can never rank down, you could lose rank points. And now that is no longer possible. So as far as the let me see if I can pull up not necessarily the patch notes on screen, but the patch notes on my side, just so that I can confirm. Okay, here we go. So as far as the rank system, it's going to work the following up until you hit legend or mythic, however you want to go with that. And then mythic is just kind of whatever. Mythic, legend. So as far as rank goes, in bronze, like I said, you can no longer lose like standing or points. You can only gain them, and with each tier, it takes a bit more effort to get them in terms of like overall wins. So at bronze, which is where I'm currently at, it looks like I'm rank 3. So at bronze, at 0 to 3 wins, you get nothing. 4 to 6 wins, you get a point. 7 to 9 wins, you get 2 points, and at 10 wins, you get 3. So it's silver. 0 to 4 wins, you get nothing. 5 to 7 wins, you get 1. 8 to 9 wins, you get 2, and 10 wins are 3. For gold, 0 to 5 wins, you get nothing. 6 to 8 wins, you get 1. 9 wins, 2. 10 wins, you get 3. And then at diamond, it becomes the most excruciating, but like I said, you don't rank down, so it's not terrible. 0 to 6 wins, you get nothing. 7 to 9 wins, you get 1 point, and 10 wins, you get 2. So if you're actually really lucky and you're really skilled, at the very least, you'll be getting 3 points up until diamond, and then 2 points moving forward until you hit legend and or mythic. So that's really nice. They changed the way some of the encounters worked, how some of the items worked. As far as all the characters, I'm probably going to be playing Pig a lot today. I didn't play a lot of Pig last season. I kind of dove back into him towards the end of season 1. I'm just really liking how his kit works, even when things kind of don't really work out. But like Pig is really my favorite hero. They nerfed Mac a bit. The way that overall burn and fire is concerned. Speaking of burn and fire, heal now cleanses instead of taking away 1 poison or burn. Now when you heal for any amount, it cleanses, I believe, around 10% of your overall burn and poison. So if you have that with ointment, which is a Pig item, it's pretty crazy the things that you can do, especially if you spam heal. So heal and regen and whatnot. There seems to be a little bit of a focus around regen. So yeah, a lot of interesting things, but kind of been rambling. So there's the skin, and let's go ahead and get into this. Normally with Pig, it's recommended that you go overall income. I still like starting with enchanted, and there was like a topic that came up on the Reddit shortly before season 1 ended that showed that even some of Pig's skills are pretty good, but there's only a few that you really want. Kind of the same with every other hero, but it's not busted like Vanessa, where almost any gold skill is pretty good. We're gonna go ahead with enchanted. Shielded Tusculum, so it's double shield. Icy Piggles. Radiant Succulent, that's terrible. I'll get Icy Piggles.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Sure.
Start one for your size. You wanna buy that? I mean,
this is actually really good for Steam Ladle, because it will, whenever we freeze, it's going to gain burn for the fight. So we might go Steam Ladle all the way this time. We'll see how things go. I think we'll go after the Haunted Kimono. But yeah, we'll see how things work out. I don't know. Pig's still kind of hit or miss. If you can get to the end game, which is actually the hard part, with a really solid build, then yeah, usually you can you end up doing pretty alright for yourself. It's just the journey. So it's good that we won. Means we're gonna get an Icy Piggle. Hopefully it's one that we can use. That's a good pickup. We have item to the left gains 4 crit. Freeze 1 small item. Sure, okay. Oops. There we go. Cool. 4-second freeze is nice, even if it's only for 1 second. Gonna go income. It's really imperative to do that. Gonna use the opportunity to upgrade the ladles so that we can get more burn stacking. Now it should be 4? Yeah, 4 every time we freeze. And the nice thing about the Piggles too, I don't know if it's like conditional on a win. I think it's every...
Underestimate me.
At the beginning of every day, you level a pickle, like you upgrade a pickle, so... They do have damage scaling, so that's a bit worrying, but I think my burn's eventually gonna outdo them. Yeah. This is a really strong start, actually. If we could get the burn enchant on the steam ladle, it should at least carry us probably into the mid game. Okay, so it upgraded the yellow pickles there. Not really the one that I wanted, but fine.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care.
Cargo. I will get boomerang because the loot. Gonna hold off on the piggy bank.
Now that's giving up the business.
You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say there's a world where I take some of this stuff out. In fact, oh no, I would still need more space. Never mind. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, here I want to upgrade the pickles.
We take pride in our restorations. They don't make these like they used to.
Warrior. Apparently Warrior is like ridiculous. I do have a decent amount of health, but I don't know if we win necessarily. If we had weapon spam, maybe. I think because of that, I'm gonna go with the Scrapper. The Scrapper is actually easier now, but can still pose a problem. Once we have enough burn on this, it won't be an issue. Yeah, this will be fun. Cat, I can hear you through the door. I know, but I'm streaming right now, so you have to chill out.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Yeah, can you chill now that you're in? That's actually a lot better than what I've got. Let's do that then. What, now you want back out? Jesus Christ. Alright, out you go. There you go. Be happy. I swear. Okay.
Reward the peaceful, punish the
Kill us.
I'm so glad
There's a world that we might do that. We might eventually get rid of the scarf, but
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Alright. Transform, shield. I don't have a lot, but I can still probably get something. Showcase is pretty good. We're not really running weapons right now, so sure, I'll just upgrade that. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the level. I was hoping that we would, so that we could put in the pickles here. Adjacent items. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm gonna do this so that we can stack burn. Yeah, we're gonna be too short.
I should warn you.
And it's a pig.
You do see these tusks, right?
Who's also running burn. It's a lot of burn. Looks like my burn is slightly better. Thankfully, I'm running shield, which automatically has burn, so... good. Ooh. Okay. That's nice. Item to the right. Nah. Sure, let's see. Register. Jewelry's not bad.
You're not growing, you're failing.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the income anyway. We can put you back in. We'll swap you out for the fight. Guess I'll get region. I think we're good for this one. We definitely want to catch up on EXP, so... I'm just afraid of him bursting me down. We should have enough burn on him by then. Yeah. Okay. Adjacent shield. Okay, so that's another shieldy boy. Adjacent. Yeah, probably not going to use that anymore. Do I go for a fight? Or do I look for items?
Come on in.
I think I'm going to look for items. No upgrade. That's unfortunate.
Okay. It was nice to see you. Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly
Feeling like I should have taken the fight. Just in case, maybe? I do love Ring King Gauntlets, but we're not doing a weapon run, so... Unfortunately, I am going to ignore that one. I've got a Vanessa. Probably weapons. If it's weapons, I'm probably dead.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Looks like weapons. That's a lot of burst. And This crits, I'm probably dead. Did not crit, okay. Nope.
All cannon.
Doesn't
no
matter.
ball.
Man. The power of random weapons feels bad.
That's a fine piece, but it can be better. The fire softens, the board strengthens.
Oh, they also changed this event. Now you no longer guarantee a silver medium. It's just a medium, so you can get bronze out of it too. Kinda sucky.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise. Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Oh, actually, I can do that. Am I getting a lot out of Matchbox? I don't know. I'll get Pitchfork, though.
I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Now I have too many items. I'll deal with it in a little bit. This is a random encounter now. You can get a bad outcome out of that, by the way. It's actually pretty amazing set of loot. I want to make that as fast as possible. Pretty sure this guy is now nigh on impossible. So we're gonna go for the safe option. If we get this high enough, I might, if we end up keeping it, I might look for a spiked shield. Item to the left.
Just taking the first step toward good.
Nice.
For you? Remember,
Sure.
Diamonds come in small boxes. I think
Okay.
that suits you beautifully.
Gumballs or Cinder Chase. It's 4 spaces. I'm gonna do gumballs actually. Actually, I can do that, and then that way I'll just have 5 spaces. I think. No, it's 4 still. Yeah, I just can't math because I'm an idiot. It just sucks that we have to do this individually. Okay, and we're gonna be 1 EXP short. Pretty good amount on the scarf already, though.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Maybe I will actually look into getting a spiked shield. Eventually dropping the boomerang.
Boring.
Icicle. That crit on a 1%? That's amazing. Oh, he's got ointment.
Next time I'll show you what I
Oh,
like.
that's critting. 58% chance to crit. What the hell? What's giving him so much crit? %. What's giving him crit? There's literally nothing giving him crit. But it was at 58. Oh, it's the blue pickles. Jesus. I was like, gee, my God. Alright. For red pickles. Up and to the left gains 12. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead.
If you want grim and stoic, you came to the wrong Sphinxian. I believe in joy.
There's a property. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Leftmost shield 30. Your enemy has more region. Heal. Actually, I'll do this instead. Wow. Diamond pickles already. This one keeps missing the upgrade. Oh, I don't have a property. Okay. I thought I did, but I guess not.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
One short. That felt wrong.
I can feel our energies resonating.
But my income does thank me.
Use that for the good of all.
There's one of the broken ones. I'm not even really going for a region build right now, though. Could be good. But I guess I would take those out. Which kind of makes Steam Ladle worse. Nah. Not this time. As Terrence Howard famously said in the first Iron Man, next time, baby. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that, huh? I've been kind of saying that for a lot. So, maybe not. 5, 10. Okay. Yeah, we might actually have to look out for spiked shields. I'm gonna go with Sabretooth because we have Diamond, so there's a potential if we get Diamond Fangs that we can lower this to like 2.4 seconds. And really any small item that becomes Diamond, which will enable more freezes on the ladle. Or more stacking, rather. But freezes in general. Damn. that's a good item. Don't get me wrong. It just kind of feels bad. All right. Yeah, let's look at medium.
Nothing huge. All about moderation. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Still my favorite item in the game. Just for the scream. Chocolate. Man, too bad this isn't gold.
See these tusks, right?
We're out to dethrone a king.
Boolean Buster. Another weapon build. Slow, that's problematic. I need to get shield as quickly as I can. Before their damage scales out of control. Looks like that's already happening though.
Bravery
Yep.
without strength is a sword without a blade.
Alright.
Ah, the joy of more.
Loot. Let's go loot. Cool. Gumballs or items. Let's go with items.
Profit 10. Do you have
It's not bad.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Come with no weapons, leave with big.
Does lemonade stand again?
Friend, but I'm glad you bought this.
Cold room. Sure.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
What would I even remove? I guess I'd eventually get rid of the boomerang. In fact, I'll just go ahead and get rid of the boomerang. Adjacent items. This is to the left. Yeah, we'll see if that works. Trash golem should be fine. Okay. We might actually full pivot if we can find a club.
Jabarians are pacifists.
3 for the fight.
It's not overpriced.
There's the club. If I sell the shiny fang, I can afford it. But then I would remove the silk, I think.
Sylvia's got class, but no taste.
Okay.
That's silver.
I mean, we got a lot of freeze, so...
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Palawan.
It still might be too slow. But... damage is good, so... we might be alright if we can get in a couple hits before they completely finish us
Next
off.
time, boys,
There we go.
less blunder, more plunder.
Nice crit at 8%. Damn. It's really nice.
Now that's given up the business.
Silver or lower? Guess we upgrade the ladle.
But Kev's not here.
Well... actually, I'm gonna upgrade this guy.
That's the masking clock.
Oh. And it leveled because we moved up a day. Wow. That's cool. It's real cool. Adjacent. Do I keep ladle or do I get rid of ladle altogether? Let's try something like that for a run and see where we end up.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Sure.
And that's how a Master Merchant makes a sale.
I'll do that. If we get the property that makes us freeze once we get to half, I think that may end up completing the build, depending.
Discounts for peace.
Vending machine.
I can feel our energies resonating.
Alright. We need to get this to diamond. I actually don't know if we beat Corsair. I'll give it a try, but the club basically has to hit the Corsair like 7 times with no crits. No, close. Needed one more hit. Damn. Yeah, we need to lower the cooldown on the club. Maybe we can find a what's this called? Phonograph. We might be able to do some good things on top of upgrading the club because it goes to 1500 damage, which is pretty important.
Maybe if I got better goods.
finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Damn.
The
No
Bazaar is not
upgrades.
kind to the weaponless.
Are you sure?
Alright.
I'm huge.
My fight isn't with you, but if you
Hmm.
insist.
Burn. Yeah, that's bad news for me. If he can recover more health than I can deal. Oh, never mind. That worked out. Yeah. 4 crit for the fight. It's probably better than the damage. So we'll just do that. The next upgrade is going to be a lot. It's going to be 48. We don't have that right now. Monster skills. That is an amazing monster skill. Holy shit.
You're failing.
Why does Nufu set himself apart? We Sphinx
Free when you burn, freeze. We do not have burn. Rightmost region is +6. Sure.
Every coin goes back to our community. We Sphinxians thank you.
Yeah, okay. Probably a mistake, but fine. Cool. Yeah, if we can find a skill upgrader, that might actually be really good. Item to the right. Damn. Jason items gain 8. Man. What if I structure it like this? Items gain 4. There we go. That's a lot of crit. So at some point, that's going to be critting like crazy. I think we do gumballs here. Hopefully we can get some crit gumballs. Got 2. 1% each. 2 more. Very good. Adjacent. Okay. Alright.
I should warn you. I am not like other Jabonians. You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh, hogwash build.
You've got
Nice.
potential. I bet I'll see you again.
Die died to poison. Ah, man. Good shit. Love it, love it. Grade leftmost property, yeah.
It's all about motivation.
Freeze
You
3
gotta
items
know
now,
what
which is
you're
good.
fighting for.
Still need to find a phonograph.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. If you want
Well,
something big and ugly, go
it's a
see
bit of a
Cole.
disappointment. .32 crit. 6.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
No
You
phonograph.
like JJ shop? Real friendly guy.
I might have considered the gumball machine. Might have been a mistake not taking that, but no club. Of course, we're 1 short of 10. We could have gotten enchantment. Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
My dreams are too big
Burn.
for you to steal.
Price baller. That's an interesting build. Not a fan. Looks like we'll be alright though.
Well, I'll admit, that was
60% crit.
If the Elder could see me now.
Yeah. $2K damage is good. I'll take that. Shield. It's okay. Medium and
Hello.
large.
I mean, welcome to my business. Oh, okay. Maybe next
Of course
time?
not.
If you worry,
Maybe here?
buy my weapons, and you might.
Yep.
Use it well. Make me proud.
3K club. Let's go. Yeah. We want to catch up on EXP. Although right now ideally we should be like level 12 or 13. We're pretty far behind, which kind of sucks, but
Possible. Who are you?
yeah, we want stuff like that. Wow.
Ah, the joy of more. Bring it in.
Heal and regen skills unique to pig. Gonna go heal and regen.
I know others can do it.
+3, 8.
There.
Fine.
That wasn't so bad.
+18 region now. Wow.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
No phonograph yet.
I should lower my prices.
That is sad. Would I get anything if I went to merchants? I don't think so. I think I'll just get the health. Pig, 6 wins.
You do see these tusks, right? My people
Same as me.
in peace. Boring!
Uh-oh. It's not good. It's gonna be getting a lot of health back.
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing
96% chance to crit. Oh, I had to kill him twice. Damn. Okay, well, that worked out. Shield. Nah.
What's up?
Is phonograph a tool? I don't know. I think it's just a medium item. Stopwatch.
Hey, I use that brand myself. Quality stuff.
In fact...
Make deals, not war.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
Void Colossus. I do worry about Void Colossus because there's a chance that he blows up my ice club. If he doesn't, we win. Potentially. Well, if this crits. But if he does, then not so much. We did not crit. Okay, he blew up a pickle. That is fine.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me. Now that's giving up the business.
Let's get loot. Oh man. I don't have anything to use that on. Because it upgrades to silver, right? Oh, actually I could upgrade these. Let me upgrade that, actually. There we go. Now we get gold versions of that, which is nice. Get a freeze item. Sure. That is actually the property that I was talking about. I wonder if it's worth it on top of these. I don't know. I'll keep it around. We'll see. Gumballs, yeah. Got one of each. That's funny. ones really sucks, but fine. Okay, so naturally that's at 7. Got a Mac. 7 wins.
Noticed? I'm huge. I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
I'm not. I'm actually also entertaining. Wow. I was gonna say maybe if I get a fort, I'll entertain that because that will give the club a multiplier times 2.
Moving up in the world.
Oh, we had just enough space. I really don't have anything. I'll just get a random weapon to sell. I think we're pretty set with our build, so we'll just keep going gumballs to potentially up the crit chance and some health. Man, I'm thinking maybe I should get a gumball machine. Although we only have like a couple of days left. Well, I'll consider it either way. This should be fine. I think even if we don't crit, it should be okay. Hopefully it crits. Yeah, it's good enough. 73%. So this, yeah, those can only freeze small.
Maybe too nice. If you're not growing, you're failing.
Tightened, tempered, oiled, and tuned.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Man.
You're not ready to accept the light, and that's okay.
Let's get level 14.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
6 times use a non-weapon item, charge 1 weapon 1 second. Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
A quick study.
I should warn you.
Vanessa?
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Tortuga. Deadly Tortuga with restorative eels. And card table. Okay. That's scary, actually.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Not scary enough. Almost got me, though. Alright. Good job, club. And skills. Did I get this at Diamond? I don't remember. Huh. Oh, whatever. That's fine. I'm not going to question it anymore. Actually, well, nah. Just in case. I was gonna be like, we can get rid of these, but victory is not guaranteed. Have we gotten any blue? I don't think we got any blue that time. That's kind of sucky. Sure. Even though I miss out on one chocolate bar, that's fine. Yeah, this could get us to 15.
Is this creature challenging me?
Even if we get the ring, it still wouldn't allow us to do much, but 41%. It's too bad I can't find an upgrade for this, given the time frame that we have to work with right now.
Could see me now.
Oops, maybe CDR? Nope. Yeah. Let's see if we can... No. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, it's at 12. This takes away 9%. So this should bring us down to like 10 point something. 10.9. It's not bad. 1.1 seconds. Health. Pig, 8 wins.
You do see these tusks, right? Are you sure? Have you noticed?
Have they died? They did. Of course.
Don't let this
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the broken stuff. That's the broken stuff. When you heal or gain regen, burn equal 10%, and then when you burn, heal 45 and gain 6 regen. So this is an infinite loop, and coupled with the tents, you get the multipliers, and it just goes crazy. So, yup, it's day 13. Not super surprised. With that, if anything, I'm like, the fact that it took so long for us to run into that again is the surprising thing. Not the fact that we're actually running into it.
Is a color in my painting.
And you freeze burn equal to this item's regen. Got it. Let's just go EXP. Upgrade an item. Sure.
It can always be better. My work is for the glory of Samasca. So, tell me.
Why not? We're probably good for the Baron, so... We'll just have to wait until this goes... Oh, actually, no. There's a small item. Yeah. Kind of forgot about the keychain. And that's what we picked up. Great. Nah, let's go gold skills. Lethargy. First time you burn, freeze. Yeah, now that we have a burn item, that kind of works. Sure, let's go Curio. Why not?
I see buried treasure. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
extra damage doesn't really matter, but why not? Just stack it as much as we can, I guess.
Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. While you're doing your part to clean up
10.4, 10.3. I'll buy that for fun because it's free. Hey, gumballs. Okay. Let's get some crit, hopefully. Oh, there's some crit. There's some more. Got 2 we don't want. Okay. So now starts with 17 crit, then gets 28, 32 upon first activation for these. So about just under 50% crit for the first hit. It's another pig, so it's probably a hogwash build, which, fair enough if that happens. Gym, subscraper. That's still kind of bad, yeah.
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything.
We won anyway, though. That's nice. Cool. Wasn't going into this expecting a 10, but I won't say no. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Alright, and I think this should bump me up to the next rank. It does. Oh, and unlike before, there was this weird thing where there was no spillover. So, if you had like 1 slot to fill, and then you got 3, when it bumped you up to the next rank, it just ate 2 of them, which kind of sucked. But now that's going over. This is bugged. I cannot get rid of it. It's not just with me; it's a lot of people. Got some chests though. Maybe we can get some. Oh, looks like they gave out the rewards for ranked last season. So let's open these first. Oops. Okay. It's a nice number. At least we're getting above average gems for these last couple of ones. Yeah, even that's pretty good. Because the average amount that you should be getting out of chests is 35. So whenever you get 35, you got the average amount. It's pretty good. All right, let's go. Oh. Is that a diamond skin? Silver skin. Cool. Alright, well, I didn't expect to get a skin right off the bat, but sure. That's nice. Actually, I'm gonna do chests differently here. Since they're all pre-rolled, instead of opening them like 10 at a time. I'm gonna open until I can't do 10 anymore, and then I'm just gonna wait until I get 10 again to do it. So got 2 more pulls, plus it ups the amount of gems here. New rug, processional, silver rug. Okay. Alright, so we're up to 8.3 gems, which is nice. They made no changes to Dooley, so I'm not gonna play Dooley this season, probably. Like, literally zero. Zero impact to his game.
You feel her?
So I'll be rotating between these 3. It's just whether or not I want to play Vanessa or Pig again.
No kings, no masters. But you do need a cut.
I'm gonna go Pig again. I might do one Vanessa game and try to put together maybe like a Tortuga build. Love it. Medium. If I can get another weapon, maybe.
I hope you find who does.
At Lottle. Not really that one. Now that's one that I want.
And I'll charge it to your door.
Yeah, we'll go after the Fang so that we can potentially get another small weapon. Oh my god, what? Am I gonna close the door and you're immediately gonna want to go out? Come on, cat. You act like no one's home. There's like 3 other people here.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
5% crit. Hey, don't eat that. You're gonna throw up later. What's wrong with you? You're such a weirdo, I swear.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Yeah, we'll start building some income here. Hey, what's up, Lonnie? Hope you are having a good day today. I do not have a toy or a friend or food, so nope. Income it is. Do not step on that button, cat. Seriously.
I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians.
Yeah, well, one of our cats has this problem where they like to understand objects by eating them, regardless of what it is. Just like they're trying to do now on my desk. Get off. And they always end up throwing up later because they're just being dumb. It happens a lot. I do not know why they do that, but they just never learn.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
I love them, but they're just not really dumb, but they just don't really.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
They don't really understand.
If you're not ready for my training,
Yeah,
I'm not
it
sure what else to
really
say.
is. It really is. 20 damage.
There are
Yeah,
braver
sure.
trainers than me. I'm just getting you ready for them.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over.
Okay.
Happy to exploit you.
Sure.
love you. Large items, small items, grotesque excess.
Alright, Cat. If I let you on desk, are you gonna chill out? Hmm? Can I beat Warrior? God, I don't know. I'll just go for Scrapper. Means we're not gonna get level 3, but yes. The desk is like
Not all
4
Zabalins
feet in
are
length,
pacifist.
and you've walked across it like 5 times. You good? You're just gonna stare at me? Yeah, okay.
Curio sells junk. Our items have lived. They have stories.
We do have a toy now, so I think we're gonna be 1 XP short. Yeah. Well, that's a shame. Okay.
You do see these tusks, right?
Weapons. Good lord, that's a lot of burn. I think this guy burst me down. Aw, damn it. Freaking Lumbors. You're gonna lie right there on my mouse pad? Okay. Thanks for being a dick, Cat. It's a really slow weapon. Don't like it, but
You've just taken the first step toward
extra damage is extra damage.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Get that too. Hover bike hooligan. Nah.
the
I think we're
flame,
pretty weak.
then the steel. I do not
Okay.
deserve another day.
Well, that's a shame. Property? That's not bad. It's not great,
My battle
but
days are over, but my weapons crave more. Use it well. Make me proud.
item to the left. I guess.
My people would
Zero win, Vanessa.
boring.
I may be young for a
Zero
captain,
win
but I've
makes
seen
me
my
worried.
share of stories.
Ah. So full build solo weapon just ran into crazier stuff, huh? Yep.
You fall like a boulder.
Wow, that was so much fun. Man.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Amazing.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Small items again, huh? Well, if anything, they'll act as an economy booster, so that's good.
You can't afford it. Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Tusk Helm, Wrist Warrior.
Investment is
I don't know.
for money. I suppose I'm something of a
Heal equal to the value. We'll get ointment.
investment, Mr. Pygmalion.
I am really worried about this build. Not gonna lie.
I'm gonna teach you some respect.
It's only one win on day 4. That's not great.
But I ate a few too many booze fruits.
Item to the right, 8%. Yeah, that actually worked out, so.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Chapeau.
Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
Yeah, there's a specific item that I'm looking for, and I'm just not getting it. It's actually extremely annoying.
Darling. looks fabulous on you.
Still didn't get it. Okay, well, I don't know what we're gonna do. One win Mac.
If you knew my true purpose, you would
Ice
stand
Claw,
aside.
Poppy Field, Calcinator. Oh boy.
Every
Okay.
experiment lights the path to success.
Winkman actually putting in some work.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Shield 20. Yeah.
Now that's quality.
That was a big yawn, cat.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Nope, that's not it.
I guess you're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Small and large. Sure.
That's how a master merchant makes a sale. Not what I'd call tasteful, but very.
Cat, you are so weird. Okay, let's hope we can get Diamond Fangs because we already got one. We got a couple of items of diamond here. Diamond Fangs would reduce their cooldown further because they're small. That would actually significantly up the DPS. Cat, do not step on that button. What is wrong with you?
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Could you not bite the arm of my chair? What? Seriously? Why do you do that with everything? Such a strange creature.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
There's two kinds of people. Rich and stupid. Try scrounging the scrap fields. Might be more your budget.
To the right.
I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians.
Oh, look. It's bugs. Some form of bugs dueling. Man. Wow. I can't believe we won against that.
If the Elder could see me
let's go for an item. To the right. Okay. Heal and regen. Nah. Okay. Alright, seriously. Off the chair. Alright, let's see.
Just a simple investor.
Day 6 is pretty late for bees, so we're gonna pass on that. Man. Super unlucky with stuff. Claws. Obsidian Fang's not bad. We really need, like,
I've come too far
drum or something. Claws isn't bad. Non-weapon items, sure.
Deals, not war.
Alright.
Glad I could share this experience today.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Still no upgrade for the yo-yo.
I prefer action.
Something like that. Two-win pig. Oh. Okay, time to force restart. For whatever reason, that's in the background again. Don't know why it does that. What? Are you hungry? You have food. Fine. Okay. Oh, that's bad. Is this gonna crash? Let me check the Discord. This is not good. Hello? Let's force close and restart again. That is really weird. People really do not like the things happening with Peg right now in the meta. Can't say I blame them. Can't say I blame them.
Now that's giving up the business!
That's a fine piece. But it can be better. The fire softens before it strengthens.
I would not be a happy camper as well. Sure.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business. Oh, okay. Maybe next time?
Little sentience love shops, so I opened one.
There's the drum.
Your coins are like dust in my palm, but thank you.
Hopefully we can start clawing back some victories here. I think we scale enough in this fight that we should be alright. Might take us to fatigue though. Yeah, if anything, the poison will get him. Okay, you want to go out now? There you go. See you later.
Time to make some sense.
Oh. Small or pearl.
Hope you packed a change of clothes.
See if we can get something useful out of the dig site. silver though, so it's not gonna be leveling. It's not gonna be upgrading a whole lot. Bees. Day 7 is too late to start on that. Fishing rod. Man. Really taking us down to 0, huh? Icy grindstone.
Hey, you're a natural at this.
Claw some money back, I guess. Bronze.
Well, howdy, hero. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Seconds.
See that find a home.
Sunder is 5.
Now that's a bargain. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. If you're not growing, you're failing.
Yeah, let's go weapon skills. Maybe we can get some kind of generalized.
It is paradise.
You buy a weapon, increase this bonus by 1. Crit. We'll just go for the crit upgrade.
But what if they are too?
Let's see how effective this is without the lumbors.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Oh, it's got gem. Wow, that's a lot of damage that gets put on there. Okay. God damn it. Just because of the athlotl.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Man, that thing really isn't showing up, huh?
It's been nice talking to you.
Alright. Been looking for it all game. It's a bronze item and it's just not available ever. Oh boy. It's one toy. So at max it's gonna have like 4 ammo. I don't know about that. I think we're gonna stick to our guns for now. Yeah, Bouncertron. Sharpened Steel's good. Either of these are good.
Combat exception triggered. Club entry accepted.
Yeah. Pulse rifle. Pretty lame.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
You say old. I say thoroughly tested. Our items have lived. They have stories.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Been looking for that for forever. Okay. I honestly don't know if this is better, but we have some pretty fast guys here, so maybe.
My people boring.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen
Weapons, trebuchet. Ah, shit. Wow, that's a build.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like
2 obsidian dive weights. That's crazy. On top of that, they haste. It's like a machine gun. It's insane.
There is more to your destiny than gold. But
Crit. Sure.
I've come too far to fail now.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Obsidian
Bazaar
pitchfork.
is not kind
No,
to
thank you. Just gonna go for the temporary boost. We're gonna go duelist here because it's imperative that we get big ego. If we run into something like we did last time, it doesn't matter, but having all the weapons with scaling and lifesteal might be the difference in some cases, especially as we get to day 10 and beyond.
I thought I'd reached the limits of the art.
Spices. Normally I'd be happy about spices, but doesn't really work for us in this case. Oof, that's a good pickup.
Oh, a customer.
Shielded pen FT. Maybe just in case we throw it back in the ring.
If the elder could see me
Haste.
now.
From mundane to magnificent.
Shiny. Ooh, ×3. Nice. Maybe here too late, but that's still a really that's a good pickup. Okay. Damn, turbo pig gem. Shit. And that's all she wrote, folks. Well, that's alright. At least we got 2 chests and a slight bump up. Still haven't fixed that bug. Okay. Alright. Let's do that Vanessa run. Question is, do I go with a gold tier skill or enchanted item? I think I'm gonna go enchanted item this time. Heavy pearl, obsidian, calico, double crit, double damage, toxic grenade. We're gonna go with the toxic grenade.
Surprised you found the shop. Ain't exactly advertising. Now don't go shouting about it. I keep a low profile. Good on ya. But I'd take a few more clips.
This should be pretty free, especially if the grenade crits. There you go.
Waste of gunpowder.
I was hoping we could get the Viper Claw, but fair enough.
We take pride in our restorations. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither. You wanna buy that?
Yeah, I mean, that's all good, actually.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
We should have this one.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
Toxic grenade putting in work. Love to see it. Oh, we actually got an encounter. That's cool.
I believe I can do it. I followed all the instructions.
I think the skill or even the vial is good. Fire potion. It's a nice effect, but it's 8 burn. guess I'll put it in for now.
Oh, hi. I mean, greetings.
Percent crit, sure.
To let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Slow item. I don't know, we're doing slow this time. I'll bite though. Fishing net. I think we have the damage for Warrior. I don't know if we survive though. Oh, we might survive now because of the crit. Yep. Okay, that's good. It means we might get to level 3. Aquatic items.
Hello.
Clamora,
I
jellyfish.
hope you use that to defeat the Tyrant King. Thank you.
Maybe.
Ride that tide.
Sure, let's get more gold. Small and medium.
Huge. It's terrifying.
Shark claws. Yeah, that's pretty good.
He actually cares about this.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend.
Vanessa.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh wow, that's a build to have on day 2.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Whew, it's pretty solid. It's too bad they didn't make level 3. Get a haste item, non-weapon items.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything? Spend 300 more for free shipping. I'll carry it to your vehicle.
I'm faster than lightning!
It's a decent amount of HP, but if we can crit at least like 1 or 2 hits, we'll probably be alright. Alright.
Power outage!
I swear every time I fight her, we always end up getting that. Create a bronze item.
That guy feel the difference.
Just get more damage.
That form bloke can sell the guns. Oh, you ever
Okay.
have dreams? Tell him Dusty Colt.
Silencer. It's 10. It's not really getting a lot of cooldown though, but
Put a few rounds in a dervish for me, will ya?
should be 150. It's pretty good. Gold grenade on day 3 is pretty nice. not sure what else to synergize. Guess we'll do something like that. Wow. Two-win dually.
It makes this more fun.
So weapons or bugs, probably. Or maybe lucked into a full drill build. Crit core. It's kind of bugs-ish. Oh, went for the gold skill too. Huh. It's a pretty good amount of crit on those things. Feel like it's a bit slow, but okay. Whatever works, I guess. Boomerang. It's kind of a nice one. Stay 4.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
I think we can find Tortuga on this day. Mantis shrimp. We're not going for a super slow build, though. I think Marianus is a bit too strong. We've got too many items that do stuff. Which means more activation for the eels.
But I ate a few too many booze fruits.
This is a very weird build. I still have no idea what I'm doing. Or what this is going to potentially pivot into.
There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful out there.
Hold on a second. Be right back. Sorry about that. I heard a phone ringing outside and I wasn't sure whose it was.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. See that mountain? That's Paul. He might have what you need.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
Maybe.
My fight isn't with you.
Like I said, we could pivot into a Tortuga build if we find one. But I'm not sure. Right now, that's not looking like it's it. Interesting.
All change begins in the heat of the crucible.
Welcome in, huh? What can I get you? You might try JJ's shop.
Nope.
Real friendly
Nothing of interest.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Or haste. I mean, the problem is
The Bazaar is
not really
not
doing
kind.
weapons or haste right now.
Community complaints? Talk to my advisor, Mr. Barkington.
Man, crit to 0 times.
Typical smear campaign.
0 times out of 39%.
Gold is loud and gaudy. Silver is demure.
There he is. There's another friend. Charge this for 2.
That looks fabulous on you. I certainly don't have a use for it.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Sadly, not a friend.
If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
It's a bit slow. I think I need to get some other friends.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen
Or
my
maybe
share
even
of stories.
Keanu.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
So that turns non-friend items into friends. Oh, okay. Of course, the thing that you freeze is the grenade.
I paint my
And
ship
of course,
red,
the grenade
but I
doesn't
don't
crit a single time. Man. Oops.
If you find it in the sea, that means it's treasure.
Haste charge. Alright. We're full pivoting.
I shouldn't have buried that last treasure.
belong to a great sea king. I mean, probably.
My food is gonna make you unstoppable. Now that's a healthy diet.
Should be fine, probably. We need start of combat haste on Aquatics. Tools.
Full sail, my boy.
You had a chance to mask and steel. Temper, sharpen.
I think we also need to get obsidian on Tortuga as well. That would probably help a lot. Medium and large.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Gold piranhas.
I'm not even a master merchant.
Not really sure what other small friends we could get. Probably like more narwhals.
I may be young for a captain.
What's that
but
one?
I've
The
seen
Zoa?
my share of storms. Go ahead,
Zoa might be worth it.
underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Yeah, that thing. Also has Tortuga.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Literally double damage difference.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. I respect music, but bare hands are not enough.
Yay, it's my favorite air breather.
10%.
Little secret. You're the only air breather I like. Scrape of barnacles. Good as new.
$9.9. 6.3. $4.5. 3.6. Let's see if this can beat Corsair. If I get crit, probably not. Nope. Got crit. God, that is stupid. That is so dumb. The whole fight hinges on whether or not I get crit or not. Train spider.
Ride that tide!
Why does Nufu set himself apart? We Sphinxians must work together.
Sure, actually that's not bad. Ambergris. 10%. Wonder if it's better for me just to have them in like that instead.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Cooldown's probably worth it once we get it to gold. But right now, it's just not enough.
I believed in myself and I still lost.
Hell, maybe not even obsidian. If we get shiny on this, that would be really good.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof. All my weapons have been tested in battle.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going today?
I'm just your guide. The beasties are your teachers.
Reload, pickpocket. Crit. 5%.
Right, there's a nice one.
I guess. Maybe I'll do that instead, even though it kind of doesn't matter. I guess I have to go for XP. Having another rough run. How's the Bazaar? Weird. Kind of weird. But interesting and fun. Even in disappointment. Just trying to make things work. Sorry that it's been another rough day, man.
Now this is how you win a war!
Some CDR. Nope, of course not. Grappling hook.
Cast aside your dextrements! I can feel our energies resonating.
That was a weird thing. Up and to the right. is 15% crit. If you have exactly one weapon, when you crit, charge it with charge a non-weapon item.
Use that for the good of all.
Okay. Do that. 8.4, 6.4, 4.64, 3.2. Do I pufferfish or do I... 5.6. That was a piranha. 4.8. 6.4. Alright. Oh yeah, what kind of deck, man? Like another commander type?
My fight isn't with you.
Did you ever get those cards that you ordered like online?
Boring.
Oh. Maybe I can get enough poison on him, but the amount of healing, probably not. Since I have no way to sustain, the kukri is actually going to kill me. Wow. It is a commander deck and a mean one. Did get the cards I ordered from China. Cool. Good. Man, fighting pig, really not a whole lot of fun. I concur with what people are saying on the Discord. It has not been a good time. I wish that was a friend. Yeah, shipping's probably gonna be ridiculous.
Who I am, the Bazaar.
Let's get that level.
Blades to the wind.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Oh, baby. Man, if we can get lifesteal on this too, that would be nuts. Because lifesteals heal, and heal will cleanse 10% of burn and poison. Did Pig get a new expansion? Yes. Yes. Pig did.
You're an artist with the blade.
Along with a bunch of reworks to some items. Right now, they said that it's going to get patched. It's going to get hotfixed soon. But the infinite combo on Pig is Hogwash and Hogwash, Lemonade Stand, or Hogwash and Sauna. And if you can get fire on the Hogwash with the Sauna, it's infinitely looping, because I believe on the Hogwash it's whenever you heal, burn, and then on the Sauna it's whenever you burn, heal. So they just infinitely loop, and then you get like a tense to get like a 2x multiplier on it, and like you just go crazy and basically never lose. Unless that person has a better version of that build. So, yep, pretty stupid. Funny but stupid. Heal, cleanses, burn, and poison. Right now, general healing, no matter what. whether it's like one heal or whatever, it heals, cleanses 10% of each. So if you combo that with a ointment, which does 50%, unless they ramp faster than you heal, you basically never lose. Which is ridiculous. So yeah, it's funny, they patched out what used to make Pig do dumb stuff like that, and then they ended up patching it back in with the current stuff.
It makes this
so
fun. We're out to dethrone a king.
It's been pretty unreal. People really don't like fighting Pig because now Pig used to struggle up until like the end game, and now Pig doesn't really struggle anymore.
Next time, boys, less blunder.
Like maybe he still loses day one to day 3, but like mid game is really good, and like end game is obviously really good. Like past day 10, it's rare that you don't run into a Pig with some kind of stupid ass version of that build that I described. So we'll probably be seeing it soon.
Greetings, Vanessa. They told us you wouldn't come quiet.
The only counter to it right now is like Insta Boulder. It's kind of it. Like if you don't have Insta Boulder, you basically just lose.
Blast it!
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
The tyrant can keep the 10 seas, and may his bones sink to the bottom.
Oh, those actually kind of suck. Haste one weapon 1 second. Start of combat, okay.
You got a Corsair spirit.
I have 50 worlds to do. Well, time for this.
Oh, server lag.
Evolution produced.
Oh, I was like, how am I not beating him? Because he had 3 uses of Vitality Potion. He never used to have that. Okay. That's one way to lose, sure. Yeah, not really.
Fire's not for everyone. Perhaps you're more of a frostling.
That is not a good friend.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my
Vanessa.
You should know.
Is it also Tortuga? Yep, Toxic Tortuga with Lifesteal. Oh shit. With Freeze. Shielded Elemental Depth. Shit. Yeah, I think I lose off the back of the lifesteal.
You move in straight lines.
And he had bonk. 7.9. Yeah. Hey Rainbow, how's it going?
I have seen what you become.
Hope you're having a good day. Good afternoon to you as well.
There is more to your destiny than gold.
Slow.
Space is my canvas, and time is my paint.
Think I'm just gonna upgrade or enchant this. Fire.
I'm on
Pretty
the
lame.
edge of the plank.
Who got new cards? Everyone did, but the two heroes that got expansions this time around is Pig and Mac. I think Dooley got new cards. I know they didn't change a whole lot about him as far as meta. Like, people still play Bugs, people still play Drill.
You'll go by a web full sail, my boy.
Yeah. Oh man, no CDR. That sucks.
Enter purchase link. Enter purchase link. One less slow-mo in the world.
Okay. Well, would be nice if I had other friends. Oh, womp womp. Should be fine. Nice server stability.
A battle? Maybe a skirmish.
XP, sure.
Ride that tide.
I respect
Alright.
loyalty, but Kev's not here.
6.8.
The fire softens, the sword strengthens. Remember that.
6 seconds exactly.
I would tell you who sent them. At the edge of the foundation, they wait. They build.
Oh, look who it is. I wonder if it's some crazy high roll hogwash build. Fixer upper, cloak. Wow, actually not. Still probably dead though. But or not. Wow. That's shocking. Alright, that's not the pig I thought we were gonna get, but it's the pig we deserve? Question mark? Oh, I saw Void Golem. No, fuck that noise.
The world.
Knowing me, my luck, it'll blow up the Tortuga and I'll feel like an idiot. Well, I mean, it is 3:15, so I can only assume the instability is because they're either rolling out a hotfix right now, or a lot of people are getting off of work or school or something.
Now this is how you win a war.
Diamond skills. Ooh, yes, please. Oh man, these suck. Ah, I hate them. I guess I'll get that.
Power is wisdom.
Terrible.
Something like that.
Life. If only I could have gotten the one that makes it have lifesteal. So sad. Water wheel. Oh, look. Alright, 7-win pig. Z DPS. I'm pretty sure I fought this guy on ladder before. It is... Oh, Subscraper. It's a lot of burn. It's a lot of heal. Yep. Nope.
A lot from losing.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm alright with that. Okay, shouldn't it us 2 points? 2 points. Nice. I'm glad we can no longer lose points. That's really good. That'll make it so basically anyone that plays for a decent amount of time throughout the season will get the ranked rewards, which are just a bunch of rugs on top of some seasonal chests too. It's kind of neat. I like it. Oh look, we got over 10. Oh, we got the new Dooley skin. Silver. I like that. I'm gonna equip that right now. Dooley. There you is. Oops. There we go. That's cute. Actually, I think I've gotten half the skins. Yeah, we've gotten E-Bunny and Undefeated. We're missing Mac and we're excuse me. We're missing Pig. I've got the rug. Didn't get the album or the card back. The stash or the bank. So yeah, we're still missing a decent amount of stuff. Or the board. I don't have the new expansion for Mac yet, so I don't want to play him. Gonna play Pig again. Turbo Hot Stones, Heavy Bird, Obsidian Security. Turbo Hot Stones.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things. I've
sure.
got 4 legs because I carry this company. Hope that brat Quicksilver was lost.
I can't. Want to, just can't. I don't even want the tape. I do want the skill. The skill would be nice. I think it's the first time you overheal, you charge all your items by 2. Yeah, or haste. Charge would be insane. Damn. Income, thank you very much. That's not bad.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh. Yeah, this is auto lose. I'm just gonna sit back and just let things happen. Probably. Yeah, because he has the ammo pouch. So, yep. It is what it is. It's just weapons Vanessa. You just can't not win. And you can't not run into weapons Vanessa on day 1 through 7. Is that her only build? No. Is it the only one that's really good? Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day at work, Lonnie. Appreciate you stopping by the stream.
If you're not ready for my training, I'm not sure where else to send you.
5% crit. Sure.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
This is a really, really, really bad start.
I think that suits you beautifully.
I think I'm actually going to lose to the crab. I think I'm actually going to lose to the crab. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Yep. Wow. It's the first time in probably months that I've actually lost to that enemy. This is not going well.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. Buy from Barcoon instead. He actually cares about this.
Bushel? Maybe I do. We're never using you, let's be real.
On behalf of the Grand Society,
Guess we could bushel, yeah. Ganjo?
Curio sells junk. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Okay.
See these tusks?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen.
Again, sorry for the background noise. There's a teenager that is very, 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 very much into competitive Overwatch and what's it called, Marvel Rivals. Oh, I lose to poison? Oh, great.
Bravery without
Cool.
strength is a sword without a blade.
Okay. Heal and regen. At this point, I don't even know. Do we golf club?
Why do my people live in forests? The cities where the wounds are.
Hot stones.
I'm gonna rub this stuff on you. Don't make it weird.
Can we get level 3 before the NPC fight? Does not look like it. Man, that is disappointing.
I'm not getting out of this pool, darling. But you're welcome to join me.
Cost 4.
I certainly don't have a use for it.
Okay, fine. I don't know what to do, so I'll go here.
Master said, if I believe, I can do it.
Just gonna get to half. Oh, actually, oh yeah, he already reloaded. Okay.
I flunked again.
The basket does not. The basket has been reworked to just give you regen now. Fire potion.
Now that's giving up the business.
Mountain Pass is 4 random events. You either get an encounter. It's like 25% chance to get an encounter on the current day, 25% chance to get an encounter from the next day, 40% chance to have a positive experience, and like 10% to get like a negative experience. And generally the negative experience is getting a diamond skill that either burns yourself or poisons yourself through some condition, or just takes away some of your HP. So, yeah.
We take pride in our restorations. They don't make these like they used to.
6 regen. Okay.
My food is gonna make you no leftovers. My kind of eater. Hey.
Pickles. do something like that. This is a pretty weak build. I don't expect this to go particularly far unless we can pivot into something. We are getting to the end of day yeah, no, not this. This is too much.
Time is long.
Yep.
But I have none left for you.
Oh boy. This might be a 0-win run. Which means I'll just have wasted gems, but that's fine. Health and shield.
Pretty scary. What wants mama?
You sell an item. Okay. Well, I have nothing, so... Ooh, this was not a good encounter for me to get.
The Deep Dynasty.
I'm not strong enough for this encounter. That's really bad. At least I don't think so. Well, maybe. I mean... Since I'm not attacking him a lot... I'm... If I can... Oh god. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say if I can get maybe one more hit in. Yeah, no. Yeah, this run's a wash. I'm just gonna consider this one a lose. We just didn't get anything that we needed. We just got screwed at every turn.
Work harder.
It's pretty sad, but kind of par for the course. With Pig, you either run away with a game or you don't. Yeah, he's already scaling way more than I am. Like, I have better regen, but it doesn't matter, because, like, this hit basically takes me out.
Punks like you don't scare me. I've fought in a war.
So miserable. Yeah, I guess.
Smith, that guy is... Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
Make deals.
We're so poor, too. There's really nothing we can pivot into. It's just bad. Okay.
Your aura guided me to...
Wow, 0-win Vanessa. That's scary.
My fight isn't with you.
How do you have 0 wins with Vanessa? That makes no sense. Solo weapon build. 52% chance to crit, which basically means 100% chance to crit. Next hit's gonna kill me. And there it is.
You predictable. You move in straight lines.
Oh god. This is so awful.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Snow globe doesn't help me. Scaling money tree.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
I can sell you these bubbles, but my gossip is worth more.
Whew. Terrible. VIP pass it is.
Cinema awards.
At least I can build some kind of value that way, but gosh, I think all of these guys are too strong, if I'm being real. I'll go here.
Oh, blast you, Sky Eye! If my boots don't blow up. Starting to think rocket boots aren't good transportation.
Okay. Well, at least we can win a PvE fight, huh?
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
When you're ready, I'm here for you. Thanks for trusting me. I hope we can do this again.
Small items. Was one short. Damn. Well, I mean, if we're lucky enough to make it to some kind of enchant, we might be alright, but that is quite a ways away.
Well, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
I don't know, maybe I'll have to look for like spiky shield or something.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more
Might be a
fun.
bit late for that though. Oh, Jesus. Seaweed, yep, can't win. Poison's gonna kill me. Can't beat seaweed. Literally. doesn't even need the shield. That's just insurance. And they'll never nerf seaweed because it's Vanessa's only good heal item. It's not fair that everyone else has some kind of healing, so we just get to lose. Oh man. I like how the devs have known that seaweed has been an issue since like the day it was released. But they still choose to do nothing.
A customer.
Actually crazy. I mean, this is nice, but I can't even afford it, and I can't even afford properties, so... It's like, I don't know what they want me to do. I mean, there's hogwash. Pivot into hogwash. Sure. Does this? No, that doesn't value stack, so it doesn't matter. When you use, so that can't value stack. Fine. Economic items. Golden Bob. When you buy an item, gain +1 gold. Ledger.
You've planted a golden seed, my friend. Harvest will come soon.
Well, at least here we'll be able to stack some value.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists. If the Elder could see me now.
Income. Yeah. Gumballs. That's 9 more. Pig.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge? I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians.
Oh, look at that. Ah, man. I mean, look at that region. What am I supposed to do? Yeah.
Don't let this get you down. Eyes on the ground.
Whew, 0 wins. Day 7.
I show you but a glimpse of your potential.
Getting hard to stay positive.
No shit.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Oh.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
All right. Five golds. Let's try suds. Let's see.
I spent a year in a Yetarian prison.
Isn't that fun?
The joy of more. Bring it in.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Crazy, right?
You're huge! Do you have any huge items?
Yeah. Yep.
I only sell things.
Exactly.
Huge things!
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Fair enough, friend, but I'm glad you bought this.
Big. 0 wins.
I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well.
Well, I'll admit,
Isn't this fun? Oh, God. Oh, look. Finally started getting pickles because I'm, like, winning combats now. Wow. Ooh. I'll take those. Oh, man, do I really have to do this the hard way? I do. Bro. Yeah, I have to do this the hard way. That sucks. Fine. Oops. Don't want to do that. Okay, we need to upgrade pawn shop as soon as we are able. We should be fine here. In fact, if we get Draconic Rage, we'll be more than good.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win.
Wow.
Now
Got it.
that's giving them the business.
Reliably get econ now? Probably the same way that he was doing it before. You need to either get an early friend generator, I forgot what it was called, and or like a schematics. I think those are really the only two options you got.
Goes beyond what we call medicine and what we call safe.
40% of your max health. Yeah, why not?
All your energy into the wound. It will regenerate.
Well, crypto can now actually. They've fixed crypto completely. Now crypto can actually go to 0 and not go over. So, yeah, you just get to eat shit, I guess. Health or DPS. Chocolate. Man. Fine. Let's see, this is at 5. A Mac.
You do see these tusks, right?
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Restorative Infernal Greatsword. Wow. Well, not that it matters, but still.
Fight me again. I must repeat the experiment.
That is something. Two. Okay.
Discounts for peace.
I just can't. I mean, can I?
I can feel our energies resonating.
Double value in combat. Guess we'll give it a try.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
2 items. Okay.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Silver loot, sure. Three. Yeah, we probably beat this guy, right?
One last breath.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Ooh, that's a nice number there. Oh, shit. We don't have space. Five. Skills? No, I actually want to search for properties.
I'm almost sure that was a good trade.
It's not really my size, but I guess I'll take it.
On behalf of the Grand Society of Mister. Anyway, thanks. Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Too bad I don't have the what's it called? The skill where when you sell stuff you get like chocolate and whatnot. That'd actually be extremely useful here. Sure. Let's try to get our health up as far as we can. Maybe I should even get belt and replace the double value thing. I don't know.
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Yeah. Ooh, might actually kill me. Of course, that's the one that you get. Of course. Nope, never mind. Can't freeze internal cooldown. Oh, that is dumb. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is not okay. That is super not okay.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
If I put that on okay, maybe. What does it look like on the pawn shop? Kinda not good. I think I'm going to random the pawn shop in the hopes that I get
Greetings,
shiny.
old friend. I'm pleased from mundane to magnificent.
Fiery pawn shop. Ooh, that's actually not bad. Okay. This is worth getting now. This might be possible if I could get the one that doubles the value. Master Salesman. That would be insane. Damn.
If the Elder could see me now.
It's okay. Come back when you're ready to push your limits. You learn quick, which dramatically increases your chance of surviving.
Chocolate bars. I lose out so much by just not doing that. I think I'll never use that, so do this instead. Eat 2 more.
Small things remind me of seeds. Acorns. It's smaller than Quixel. I'll show you those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business tree. Did you see it, Quixel? I made a sale.
so much more effective if I managed to upgrade the thing.
Not to squabble with nobody.
Pawn shop. Oof. 323 damage. Holy shit. Please die.
I've got another salvo in me.
My god. Gumballs, let's go. Don't have any weapons, so we'll go here.
Clean. Professional.
Ooh, 5 seconds. That's a lot. Well, nice try. Nice try. I do like the effect that the stopwatch has now. That was a nice little visual flair.
Ah, the joy of more.
3 value. Yep. I think we can dig site.
Waiting for us in the ground.
Ooh.
Magnificent find.
Shiny shipment. Okay. Medium and large.
Small items, small people. Oh, look. It's so tiny. On behalf of the Grand Society of the...
Not today, not today.
Anyway, thanks.
I should warn you.
I don't remember when the next flat upgrade is.
Death laughs at us both.
Ooh, femur. Okay.
Please, share with me your secrets. As a GSM and master merchant, I can... I'll never resell this. Don't you have anything smaller? Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Gumballs.
Now that's given
There it
up the
is.
business.
ounce of Damascus steel. The fire softens, the cord strengthens.
Stop resisting.
Oh, double freeze on the sauna.
Disregard intel. Target threat level 8.
Aw, we didn't get to see the cool clock. That's really lame. Okay.
Gold and jewels are silly baubles. The real treasure of the bazaar is the land.
Ah, darn.
No one can say that wasn't a fair deal.
Turbo sauna or balcony, I wonder. Haste 2 items for 2 seconds. Actually, well, hold on. When you use the property to the left, haste 2 items for, man. Yeah, I guess we'll just use it on the sauna.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Shielded shark ray. Obsidian grenade. Wow. Okay.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
Yeah, let's go for a fight. More EXP, the better. Too bad we don't have start of combat haste. Would be really nice to have that, but alas.
I've come too far to let you stop me. If you're not growing, you're failing.
Diamond heal items plus 40 heal. Use a large item shield equal to 30% of your max health. Yeah, I like that.
All I can. Until tomorrow, that is.
Small items. Okay. Let's check out small items.
Mine is highly concentrated. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither. Tell everyone you got it here. Fire's remorse never. Be remorseless.
One item, okay. Yeah, no, buddy.
The dunes are waves on a sea of gold.
Can't really afford to have any of my board blown up. Nope.
The bazaar is corrupt. Let the desert cleanse you.
Oh, hell no. We are not taking that. I think we're just gonna go with more health.
Solid. You know, with all the fighting out there, you gotta keep your strength up.
Property, you say?
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Sure, let's get some loot. Alright. Six items.
You do see these tusks, right?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Man, the Bazaar really is having some stability issues.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
It never used to lag this much after each thing. I mean, I think this is going to be the last run anyway. It's kind of getting to around that time, but at the very least, I'm glad I was able to to experience this build for myself before it gets inevitably nerfed into the floor. Okay. 6.
You look rough, man. Let's fix you up.
Oh, the card. Got it.
Try not to almost die every day. The more you get hurt, the more we can hang out.
Nine, so one more. You know what? Okay, good. Another chance at double item value. Have to go for it. This didn't even go off this time. Crazy. Oh, that's a shame.
If the elder could see me now.
That isn't though.
My work is for the glory of Samaska.
Hell yeah. Damn if that doesn't look good.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Let's see. Okay.
Enjoy the thrill of battle. Okay. Use it well. Make me proud.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
I'll get the bees because that's a
Just toss that on my
free
back,
thing.
and I'll trot it to your door. Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Okay.
My dreams are too big for you to steal. Are you sure? Have you noticed?
Dragonheart. Shielded sauna. Oof. This is an interesting build.
Next time I'll show you what I
6,722 burn. Crazy. No more freebies. Haha.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my... This is a gift at any price. I'm almost sure that was a good trade. Well, okay. Here.
4, so 6 more. Okay. I don't know, someone mentioned the other day in a Crypt stream that the Bazaar might be having memory leaks now. I think that is possible.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice. Ah, the joy of more. Bring it in.
Might explain why things are running as hot as they are. I mean,
much from this place.
You know.
I know I have.
Gains. Amount of gold. Gains. Healthy hoarder.
This is
Yeah.
what I wished I could teach on Jabalia. Life skills.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Newful teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Hey, look at that. So 6.
My people believe in peace. Boring! I should warn you, I'm not like other
Toxic private hot springs. Frozen hogwash. Belt. Shielded phonograph. 20k HP. Oh, I think this guy's got me. It was gonna happen sooner or later. I was wondering what kind of monstrosity I was gonna run into, but Fair enough. You know what? Given how this run started, I'm actually okay with that.
The elder told me I never listened.
I'm alright with that. That's cool. Just goes to show how crazy this build is. I mean, we got to like day 15, which is insane. Just off the back of that good stuff there. I think that gets us 2 points. Nice, we're almost silver. That's awesome. It took me a really long time last season to even get there, so pretty excited about that. 6. Okay. Well, you know what? That was really good. It was a nice stream. A lot of fun. Let me switch back over here. Cobalt, if you're still here, I'm sure you recognize the music that I have in the background here today. It's a game that is both near and dear to our hearts. I was feeling a bit nostalgic today, so I decided to go with this. But yeah, you know what? It's been real. It's been fun. That was really nice. We played Majority Pig today, and it actually wasn't too bad. I think the worst run that we had, we ended up with like 2 chests, which was like a botched pig, weapon run, but still not bad. Yeah, that was pretty good today. I really enjoyed my time, and thank you all for joining me here today. It's been really great. Really excited to see what's going to be happening next in the Bazaar. Hopefully some of those hotfixes come in, so that monstrosity of a build that I had cannot happen ever again. But yeah, pretty good. It's been really nice. Hopefully y'all have a great rest of your day. The next time I'm going to be streaming is probably going to be Tuesday. I tend not to stream over the weekend. I'm usually pretty busy, but it's been really nice. Thanks for joining me on the adventure. I do recognize it's good. But yeah, appreciate it. Stopping by, everybody. And it's been really fun. So please have a good rest of your day. Safe and happy weekend. Stay safe, stay warm. Remember to hydrate and all that good stuff. And I will see you on Tuesday at the normal time, which is 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. Unless I mention anything on like Twitter or whatever. But yeah, that's it for me. Thanks so much. Love you all. Have a good one. Bye-bye.